Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, October the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, thank you, Paradox. All right, what's happening? Well, the first thing to talk about is Loop. L-O-O-P. So this is... Again, I'm not too familiar with Hindenburg. Obviously, they did a huge hit piece on Nikola, which has devastated the stock, and this is their next one. I don't know if they've done ones in the past, but certainly people are now aware of this group. So they just put out their hit piece on Loop, basically predicting it's going to zero. So that is the man, if you ever knew they were going to do this ahead of time, somebody would know. But just looking at the action ahead of their announcement, I don't know if it came out last night or I think no, it actually came out this morning. That's where I saw it on Twitter this morning. So anyway, LOOP is just being hit really, really hard right now. And at the beginning, I saw this ears was up. Oops, better spell it right. Ears was up. Couldn't see any news. I do see some news now. Announces initiation of Part B, etc., etc. So there was some news. When I first saw it, I thought, I wonder if people are mistaking it for the IPO that's going to be called EAR, that I think it opens this week. And it's a pretty big one, some big names behind it. But I guess not. I guess it really does have a little bit of news behind it. And it's popped through the 200-day moving average. And that's for EARs. Typically, I don't see this stock ever really holding its gains, but you never know. So resistance probably around 156 or so on that weekly chart. GOSS. One second, please. Just want to turn my music down a little bit. GOSS, negative data, drug company, and on their drug, and negative data has come out, and that's a big 31% down, 56 million in the float, so it's not a huge float. Traded a lot so far, so GOSS. SOS. Don't see any specific news on it, but this, while it had gapped up, again, one of these that is just kind of fizzling out as the market, as the pre-market extends. 350, dropped $1, so I really don't expect very much out of this one, SOS. Problem is, you see, when I start doing my work in the pre-market, I see it up here, so it makes my list, and now that I'm looking at it, it's probably not going to amount to too much, though it's a lot of volume. I mean, it's already traded over half the float so far. Sun W and PEC hand in hand. So let's take a look at PEC actually. Jill is ringing in my ear here. Just a second here. Jill, Jill. Little battered retailer. Tower Book investors disclose a 70.4% active stake in Jill, Jill. So this has really caused this one to pop. Don't know too much about Tower Book investors, but that is correct, Esther. Holly does not start working until at least 9:35. Just going to read this news a little bit more. Discloses a 70.4% active stake in Jill. Basically, it looks like they want to take the company over. Of course, this has just been absolutely battered up. I thought they were in bankruptcy, declared bankruptcy, or Chapter 11 or something like that. Anyway, massive pop for Jill. So PEC and Sun W are intertwined. PEC did have a little announcement this morning, $7 million contracts. As I say, they have a business combo, as I've got it written down here, with Sun W. MDGS. And another one that's kind of fading right now, 365 back down to 292. Something to do with Amazon stores and a deal. Looks like they want to take over Smart Repair Pro. Of course, today is Amazon Prime Day, I guess, today and tomorrow. VXRT is a virus play. So what did it do? Got up to 781, down to 742. It's a virus play. Delta actually released earnings today. Delta Airlines obviously couldn't expect too much, not battered up too badly, only down 3%. Probably dragging down the rest of the airlines and the cruisers. Speaking of earnings, JP Morgan. So today marks the start of earnings season. JP Morgan released earnings this morning, as I think did Citigroup. Citigroup also. So a couple of big banks. Goldman Sachs, I think, is tomorrow. Yeah, Goldman Sachs is tomorrow. So this is the start of earnings season, guys. And then this little one, is it still holding? Nah, didn't think so. PED, we've seen this action in the past. Completes exchange offer, or trying to complete the exchange offer that they've got going with that OTC company. Thanks, Paradox, for popping in. WAFU, W-A-F-U. Now, this one had a huge run at the end of the day in the pre-market. Look at this run it had, W-A-F-U. Excuse me, and in the after hours yesterday, it is now down 27%. But again, that was at 3 o'clock. So in the last hour of the day, WAFU just ramped up. Now, basically, it's still above where the ramp started, but it looks bad because now it's down 27%. INMD is a big gap up on. So they release earnings on the 10th, but they've kind of pre-released guidance. Record revenue has been forecast for INMD. Now you guys probably know that I'm really, really interested in eventually getting involved in this IPOC. Little bit of activity this morning. I mean, not much. You know, I almost think I should just take. I mean, it looks like the bottom is certainly going to be probably around 10. Now again, this is that one of the SPACs. They did make an announcement last week, I think it was last week. And as many of you probably know, I'm still in the IPOB. Again, this is not a recommendation to buy this one. But I think obviously at some point I do anticipate that it'll get going. So I have an alert. I think I have an alert set just underneath 11. And not a tremendous amount of pre-market activity. In fact, you know, when I first turned on my computer system this morning, I really had about three on the long side and a couple on the downside. For boy, the first half hour, I thought, man, is this going to be slow? But it's still not that much for me anyway. For my filters that I've got in place, not too many gap up or gap downs. The market is just a little bit weak, softening a little bit. Just a little bit. I don't think it's truly an earnings play. I might be wrong, real. I think it's a pre-release. I may be wrong. It says November 10th. That's what we have. But in essence, it may as well be. It just says expects Q3 revenue. Yeah, Q3 preliminary, raises guidance and all that. So it's not a true earnings play, but for all intents and purposes, I guess it may as well be. All right, 9:15. Let me just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, it's still, the analysts, way more upgrades than downgrades still. All right, let me get some of them in, some of the upgrades in. Seeing some energy plays, getting some upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Look at the downgrades in now. LBRT, a couple of downgrades. LBRT, I'm going to check that stock out once I finish with the rest of them. But LBRT, a couple of downgrades. And the airline's getting downgraded. See, even Beyond Meat got a downgrade from Bernstein, I guess, and it's being hit a little bit hard this morning, BYND. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Yeah, VXRT is a virus play. Now, I don't have very many stocks in my watch list this morning, so I don't have no idea how many are actually going to get alerted from my watch list. But again, if you want to follow along from the toolbar, click on New, and then go to the channel bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list right there. You'll get these three windows. And remember, everything in here is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And you'll start to see some alerts here when the market opens, and nothing in here until at least 9:45. Yeah, this boy, you can almost predict the ears action every single time they have a press release. Until it doesn't, but most of the time when they have a press release, the thing pops in the pre-market and just basically fades. Well, if you just came in, I really thought, because I didn't see any news on it at all. I only see the news now at 9 o'clock. I really thought that, was it possible? Was it possible that they were confusing this with this IPO that is going to be coming out later on this week? Because I couldn't see any news on it. But anyway, I guess not. There is some news. Yeah, those cruisers, I mean, it's just. And CLH, let's take a look at CLH. Yeah, one day maybe we'll be able to look back at these prices and go, wow, maybe, but I don't know. I don't think that, I think that day is still a long time off. All right, Loop is still trying to rally a little bit. A little bit. Again, if you're not familiar with why this is down, this is the latest hit piece from Hindenburg. The kind folks who brought you Nicola and just cream that stock in KLA. So this is their next one. And again, I saw they teased last night they were coming out with this morning. Not the name of the company, but boy, once it came out, I mean, look at this, 32%, pretty big volume. Market is softening just a little bit here. See these red bars on the SPY, just softening ahead of the open. Like I mentioned, this one, a little more expensive one, but EBS, actually nice, quite a big bounce down to 96, back up to 101. EBS had gapped down quite a bit. And the aforementioned Beyond Meat got a downgrade from Bernstein. I'm not sure if that's the only reason this is down. So GOSS is still kind of basing here. Negative data. Not sure what stage. Announces top line results for phase 2. So it's phase 2 data and obviously did not meet the endpoint. So this is being just creamed here, down 30%. Well, nothing happens, Esther, until the market opens. That's right. In my watch list, that's correct. just give me a moment here. I accidentally deleted something, so. Okay, so see if Jill is still holding. $1.57. That's a big drop, you know, $1.57 back down to $1.18. A little moment of activity for Jill on that disclosure that whoever Tower Brook investors are disclosing a 70.4% stake in the company. JP Morgan starting to slide just a little bit here, guys. I mean, it hit a high of 104 down to 103 now, just a little bit. Earnings play, JP Morgan. JPM. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, they actually did have a news release. I don't think announced initiation of Part B of Traverse Phase 2. Travers Phase 2. So I mean, they did actually have a news release this morning. What I was thinking is that there's an IPO called EAR without the S later on this week. Maybe that was the issue. Boy, you know this WKHS looked pretty good for a bit, and now look at this, just giving it up again. Tough intraday trading for that stock for sure. And one of our little flyers yesterday, WIMI. Another one maybe to keep an eye on, ATXI. ATXI got hit hard yesterday and is continuing down. Really hit hard yesterday. It's a bio, obviously negative data. Ooh. Okay, ENDP. ENDP getting hit here. Okay. All right, everybody. Market is going to open in less than 30 seconds. So let's have a great trading day today. Morning petting time is right. Cruiser's just getting hit. Again, Israel pointed out. All right, guys, market is now open. Okay, there's not very much volume yet, but this RVP has a shot, guys. I mean, RVP, no volume yet. Still on my watch list, so nothing will happen, of course, until at least 9:45. But see if it can take out yesterday's high fairly soon. RVP. All right, wow, Goss just took another big leg down. Look at this, 951 down to 888. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. But this is really being hit. It might be hard to get. It's down 35%. So the uptick rule definitely in effect. All right, Loop is just made a not quite a well. The pre-market low is around 723. Again, another one might be very hard to get. It's down 35% with that uptick rule. Okay, well, VXRT approaching the high in the pre-market. Huge volume for it. Big float though, 108 million in the float. But the volume is pouring in. Virus play. Okay, approaching the high in the pre-market, VXRT. Yeah, ETH, somebody pointed that out in the YouTube feed. ETH, for some reason, some activity here. Had some activity after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area. And it's kind of maintained. ETH. And it's a preliminary. Again, a lot of these guys, they eliminate these preliminary Q1s. All right, well, VXRT, the chase is on. Alt. I'm sure this is a virus play. Alt, ALT. Sun Power, SPWR. Had a down day yesterday. Now JMIA getting hit here a little bit. VXRT continues to ramp up here. I mean, obviously this has some room. 868 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Look at LAC, guys. LAC. Lithium play, of course. LAC. NCLH breaking down below the whole number, 17. All right, so MDGS pulled back to 282, starting to work again. The high in the pre-market was 367. Something to do with Amazon stores and also a deal to, I don't know if to buy out or to take a bigger position in some company called Smart Repair Pro, who may have some kind of a presence in Amazon stores. Remember, Amazon Prime days are today and tomorrow. Okay, CNK now. AMC was weak this morning. AMC was weak this morning. Something like 90, I can't remember what the percent was, but movie theaters, of course. And so there's CNK. CNK really getting hit here. No trades yet. No. Do you have this? You have this window open? Okay. Strategy trades all. I'm not sure I've told you that or other people several times. Just have the window open. You're going to know when trades happen. LLNW. Haven't seen this one for a while. Limelight. No, this is an interesting one. I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 685. And our our pet play, JKS. Next low looking left for NCLH is around 1671 on the daily chart. VXRT, I mean, a chase mode, but look at this. I mean, it still has some room to about 867, maybe. Virus playing. Casino win taking a hit. Casinos, cruisers, airlines. Keep an eye on OSUR. It has not triggered yet. The volume is not great yet. OSUR. It's on my watch list. You can see. Hopefully, you can see why. You see that there's that yesterday. Remember that's the weekly chart, but that's basically yesterday. So I'm sorry, that's last week. So taking out last week's high has a shot up into this area, 1840s. We just have to do some pre-market work, Jimmy. I mean, you can see all the. First of all, Delta released earnings. Number one. Not that I think anybody expected a big deal from Delta, but sorry, DAL. It's actually recovering a little bit, Delta, DAL. Maybe they thought it'd be a lot worse. Goss is just getting creamed here now. GOSS, negative data. But when you do your pre-market work, you just sort of see some sectors that are down. All right, Bloom Energy, BE, a little bit of a pop here for Bloom Energy, BE. Decent volume. CNK continues down. Oh boy, these theaters. Let's see the other one. MCS is another one. And MCS looks like this is not quite an all-time low. I think the all-time low is back here, 695. Wow, this is still a great IPO. IPO 2 days ago. Guess that's Friday, and hit a high yesterday of 24, 25. It's above yesterday's high now. IH, really, really good IPO. I think the IPO price was 12, so it is almost doubled. IH is ramping here, cruising through its yesterday's high. No, let's see. Goss is now starting to approach its all-time low. I think that's probably its all-time low down here, 741 or so. All right, now VXRT is giving us a little bit of a base, just over 8 on the 2-minute chart. A little bit of a base. No shorts. Yeah, you're right. No shorts for MDGS at Interactive Brokers anyway. Give me one moment, please. All right, so if you have the AI, you know there's one alert so far, a short alert. Boy, keep an eye on, I mean, if VXRT takes out this 825, I mean, you can see there's one, two, three, four, almost five, almost six topping tails. I'm going to stick an alert right there, 826. That could get it rolling again. It may stall though right up here, 866 on the daily chart for VXRT. So DOIU and HUYA merging and just getting hit. DOIU, wow, I mean, this is underneath 15 now. It was up yesterday, but it did sell off from the highs. And now this is just getting hit. DOIU. So I've been asked a question about topping tails and bottoming tails. Well, I mean, again, here's a topping tail for DOYU, on the daily chart. So at one point, the price was up here, so the buyers were solidly in control. But then the sellers, I mean, this is a daily chart, closed it down here. You see a bunch of topping tails in a row. It means, the buyers are trying like mad to get the price up, but the sellers keep knocking it down. Eventually, one side is going to give up. Typically, you see a lot of topping tails in a row, and eventually the buyers say, okay, you know what? You sellers can have your way for a while anyway. And it's just the reverse. You see a lot of bottoming tails. Bottoming tails meaning, sellers are in control to a certain extent, trying to knock it down. Buyers keep supporting it. Eventually, maybe the sellers give up, and the buyers take control. So what you want to see, you don't want to see like topping tails and bottoming tails, within the same candles, too many of them, because then there's just indecision. So I mean, look at these. When I say these are not huge topping tails right there for the VXRT, but you can just see if it can take this out right there. I mean, it has room, 820. But I'm not going to act on it unless it takes out these highs right there. Okay, so I see one alert did happen in my window here, MDGS. So I'm going to re-stick it, see if the price gets back up there. Didn't they do a financing? Did Sol do a financing yesterday? Maybe not, I can't see it. But anyway, SOL, above yesterday's high now, SOL. Yes, they did. Thank you, Cass. I thought they did a I don't know why I can't see from yesterday's news. Was it 325 or something? Pad, what a disgrace. I read that news, and you see, like, look at all these topping tails here. I mean, you get just knocked down. You can't trust these pops in some of these. You can just sort of see that buyers tried, but sellers get in control. Yeah, IH is a verified monster. I mean, look at this move, IH. What a tremendous IPO. Still not shortable at Interactive Brokers. Sometimes you can short them the next day when it's an IPO at IB, but so far no shorts have become available. Not that I want to short it, but consequently at IB anyway, there's no downward pressure from people shorting it. Pure Storage, PSTG. Now what? 1860, so a little bit of resistance in this area. Not clean. Surprise. All right, guys, VXRT now is okay. It is now just took out that 825. All right, well, I'm in it. Let's see if it holds at 834. There's my out right there if it breaks down through there, the VXRT. May not be quite ready yet. So I'm in at 828, guys, on the VXRT, the 828, 829, I'm sorry. 829. If it gets back down there, I'm out. And that's the VXRT. You can always get back in. Just waiting on the VXRT. Just quickly get it in here. I'm just waiting on the VXRT to see if it explodes from here. See the problem, well, I don't call it a major problem, but it's not a low float, 108 million in the float, so all right, guys, you know what? I'm out of it. Little minor profit. I will take a look at it again. Maybe it gets back up into the 830s, 839 high. Still have this high over here to worry about, 869 or 866. Yeah, it's a big float. Yeah, that's a problem. So for these, I want them to move very quickly. watching it. I'm continuing to watch it, see if it just explodes here. Loop is coming back. Interesting. I thought actually once this market opened, it might really collapse, but I mean, it's still down 25%. All right, well, that looks like it was a good exit. See, for me, if these things, if these don't explode almost immediately, you know, I just find them too risky. And always get back in. Meanwhile, DOYU continues down. All right, guys. The AI alert at 9:56. I'm definitely interested in it. What's okay? You want me to comment on it? Well, you know, I mean, I know it triggered briefly yesterday. 22 was a trigger, but you have your out. You know, that it's either the 10-day moving average or the 20, whatever you pick. So, I mean, that's nothing more I can comment on. I mean, you know, these trades of the week. I mean, they're meant for longer term holds. You know, it's basically laid out for you in the email. So, I mean, if you took the trade yesterday, and you know, I mean, you have your stop. Other than that, I really can't comment on it. Okay, so let's see. I'm surprised that this one is on my watch list. I must have. I usually don't have stocks over $20 on my watch list, so INMD must have snuck in there. So FAST, fast is an earnings play, actually. Fast is an earnings play, getting beaten up a little bit here. Okay, guys. Well, you know how I like to trade. So I told you I was interested in the 956 AI trade. And I did take it. Okay, Alton, IEA. I haven't seen IEA for a while. IEA, Infrastructure and Energy Alternatives. Yeah, I've just looking at the. Okay, so it's a not a great spread. The AI alert, the one that the 956 alert, Eastern time, of course. Well, Amy, what do you think? 956. I don't like you understand. I don't want to talk about them specific symbols. Not fair for those who pay for the AI. So that's why I'm a little bit cryptic. It's up to you, though. I mean, don't listen. I mean, I'm not just talking to you, Amy, but I mean anybody else. I mean, I'm just saying what I'm interested in the AI, and you have to make up your own mind, of course. I have a specific. I like the ones under 20. I mean, okay. I mean, obviously the cat's out of the bag here. CYTK. I mean, I like the daily. I mean, that's the main reason. Probably could get some resistance right around here. CYTK for CYTK. Maybe right around here at 1650. I don't mind talking about it now because there was the alert at 1613. I didn't get I didn't get in right at 1613, but BlackBerry. What's BlackBerry? Why are you running up here? BlackBerry BB. Pains me to see this stock. Ugh. Okay, so Amy, you should never have to do that. All you have to do is, when you have this window open, now save it as part of your layout. Okay? I'm sure you must have a layout. Like, don't load it from the channel bar. New AI/Holly strategy trades window. Make it part of your layout. So every morning, it's there. Just wait for the alerts to happen. So why did you have to do it again? Don't understand why you would have to reload it again then. And shut down trade ID. Yeah, shut down trade ID. Save your layout every night, and then reload. Don't keep it running overnight. And that's not just for you, but everybody. Yeah, listen. Yeah, in my opinion, it's a good idea to shut your computer off every night. I do that. Reload it. I mean, it doesn't take any time now to launch computers in the morning anymore. I mean, it's not like the old days when it took 5 minutes to load everything. ENLV, a nice ramp up for it. I remember this one had some news here and then another pop. This was last week or a couple of weeks ago, I guess. I actually missed that one. So I can talk about it now. I mean, it's an AI alert. There was the alert at 1297. It's a spread problem though with it is a spread problem. Well, not so much now, only 7 cents. No fib tools available. No chart. You know, and I don't always want to sound like an apologist for the chart. This is not a full blowing charting package. You know, if you need lots and lots of indicators, etc., you know, this is not the charting package for you. You know, for me, for my purposes, it is fine. I don't need a lot of indicators, but yeah, I mean, there's no fibs and well, you can set up alerts. You know, pullbacks and stuff. We do have. I mean, we do have as an alert. You can set them up if that's how you think you want to play pullbacks. Also, also pullbacks. You can play like we have fibs and pullbacks. Okay. All you have to do is just type that in the search terms, and here's what we have. You can't modify it. So if you know if you wanted like 62.8%, you can't do it. Yeah, somebody asked me about MDGS. Well, it's messy. I mean, it's just kind of messy. It's basing. The only good thing I can say, it's basing. I have an alert set up here at 357, which is just a little bit above where it triggered in my watch list. Wow, ATXI just continues down. Devastating news for this one yesterday, continuing down today. I've traded out some of that CYTK. It has not exploded like I wanted it to. So yeah, you can link Questrade. It's nothing to do with AI. I mean, just here with our linking tools, external linking, and you can link to Questrade. What you should do if you're interested in trading Canadian symbols with Questrade. So when you add the link, let me just show you what I'm doing here. So with our linking tool, just pick DisNat as your DisNat, okay? It has this DisNat and Questrade have the same appendages. If you don't care about trading the Canadian stocks, then it doesn't matter. But so when you say link, all we're talking about here is the ability to click on an alert and have it show up in your order entry, so you don't have to type them in all day long. That's what we're talking about linking. Okay, does that make sense? And again, it's just tools, external linking, and follow the directions. And then, yeah, okay, well then, yeah, just use our tools, again, tools, external linking, and then where it's add a link and just follow the directions then. Typically, because I used to have Questrade, you know, and you just put it in, I think, the order entry box. Just follow these directions. That'll establish the link. Again, the link only so that you don't have to keep typing the symbol in over and over. All right, this one, MFH, a little pop here. Super low float. Look at that, 2.4 million in the float. Looking left, it's got a little bit of room, guys, on that weekly chart. MFH, 372 is the next high. Excuse me, the next high looking left. William is going to probably try to pound that one down. There you go. There's CGC on the way down. Sorry, guys. Don't have any faith in these cannabis plays. So Black Friday, yeah, we will have. Obviously it's well over a month away, but we will have a promotion Black Friday. Yeah. So if you want to do back testing, you'll need our premium service. So I'm all out of the CYTK. Just did not just not explode. It was nothing fancy, John. Well, I'm glad I stuck to my guns on the VXRT. VXRT. Now this is shortable. Green bar ignored right there. All right, market is now kicking down here. So at the beginning, there's the pre-market. It was gently moving down, but now we're getting some a little more negative action. Yeah, this is just starting to fade here. INMD starting to fade here. Absolutely. B, absolutely. You can trade PM, post market or pre market and after hours. Absolutely. All right, alerts have dried up. Nothing, not getting anything new. Forgot to look. Forgot to look again. I cannot believe it. Yeah, JKS at 10 o'clock. A little bit of a move here. All right, guys. Well, I'm just seeing, of course, lots of these pre-market movers not doing so much. All right, well, everything is dried up in terms of my alerts. Not getting anything new now. Run, so Run had a big, huge down day yesterday, trying to recover somewhat today. IMGN. Well, let's see. It's taken out last week's high, 484. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 5 for IMGN. That's what I see anyway. It's a big float, 173 million in the float. So, I mean, it's going to take a bunch to move it, like above. And there's the 200-day moving average is right there. I'm sorry, it's above that. Sorry. But probably going to take a bunch to move it over 5. I mean, it's a big float. I see they've done a financing raising 55 million. Yeah, I'm following Mizo, but I just don't see it until we get like lots and lots and lots of volume, Fred. For me, anyway, it's still hanging around 12, not doing too much. Alt, man, I mean, look at the room Alt has on that weekly chart. Now that's a fairly low float, 30 million in the float, 5 million have traded already. All right. Okay. There goes Alt continues here. Alt. Yeah, blackberries. I don't know why. I don't see any specific reason. I mean, they're a software company now, guys. If you don't know, but so it's not really. They don't make cell phones anymore. So this is a pure software play. But what a nice move. A big float, 500 million in the float. Okay, LLNW. Nice base on the twos, and now a little pop here. LLNW. And this is another big float though. Looking left on that weekly chart, 685 it's right there. 685, it's right at the high on that weekly chart. I'm just trying to see if there's any sort of news. I don't see any news so much. Yeah, well, the weekly, I mean, yeah, I mean, there it is, 685. It's a big float though. Without specific news, I'm not sure what's really moving this and what's going to keep it going. So after that big flurry of excitement for Sun W, really not doing too much. SUNW tied in with PEC. PEC, yeah, I mean, look at that, $11 all the way down to 870 something. FTHM, I'm not sure I've ever seen this one. FTHM, Fathom Holdings. I don't know if this is an IPO here. It almost looks like a SPAC. You know, you can always tell these SPACs. They always seem to start off at $10. I don't know if it's a rule, but they always seem to start off around $10. I mean, just look at this move. But it doesn't look like it's a SPAC. But well, this is definitely challenging seven. I mean, then the next high looking left is 790 or so for LLNW. Boy, this is it's a surprisingly bad IPO, PLTR. Well, I shouldn't say it like that, I guess, but I mean, this was widely anticipated and just a big fizzle. I mean, there's the high, and it's just really, really not doing well at all. PLTR. Look at VXRT, guys. VXRT just really giving it up. This was shortable. Is shortable. Okay, C, wow, C actually is now, what's JP Morgan doing? So C is negative now. So they released earnings. Pre-market looked pretty good. There's the pre-market reaction, tan area, so it was up. But once the market opened, moving down, what's JP Morgan doing? JP Morgan, wow, the same thing on earnings. Ooh, this is not good. Again, JP Morgan and C reacting exactly the same way. Pre-market pop on earnings, market opens, and just giving it up. So if you're a betting man, Goldman Sachs is already moving down, but they have earnings tomorrow. Okay, CGC, a little bit of a bounce here. Little bit of a bounce, CGC. Boy, the wild and woolly JMIA to try to trade this one. Man, look at these bottoming tails. JMIA, not an easy intraday trader. Again, this is one I've been kind of talking about as a potential swing trade for people. And that's not a recommendation, but just look left. But intraday trading, very, very difficult, in my opinion. Look at LAC, guys. LAC is strong. LAC, strong, big lithium player. I don't know if it's a big one, but it's a lithium player. Is it 10:30? Wow, 10:30 already. No, other than my CYTK trade, nothing exciting for me so far. But anyway, if you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. If you have traded, sorry guys, I'm just following another email discussion. If you have trade ideas, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Click on the scans tab and you see all of the scans that I'm sharing. You can also access them from the Room Drive icon. Scans that I share, download. That'll go to a Word document. You can take a look at them at your leisure. If you see something you might want to take a look at, all you have to do is copy the link. And then from the toolbar, file, load from cloud. If you've copied the link, then it should appear right there in the box, and then you just load it. And remember, if you like it, you want to keep it, save the window to save every single scan that you got to the cloud. Very simple to do. Right click, save or share to cloud, and save, okay? You can also, of course, modify it. This is, for instance, this is the price range I like to look at when I'm looking at, so if you right click and click on configure, you'll see, the filters that I've got. You may not like the same price range, so you can obviously make adjustments. If you do, then make sure and then you save your work to the cloud. Talk a little bit about a subscription to Trade Ideas. Right here in the subscriptions, right there, subscribe. And if you click on my homepage link, and I will put that into the room. So if you click on my homepage link right there, Barry's homepage, you click on that link, you'll be brought to this page. Has the Get Trade Ideas. There's the promo code Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, I'm going to show you how much Trade Ideas does cost. So we have 4 plans. We have a premium and a standard annual. Premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. There are some other differences, but the main reason people would subscribe to premium is because they want to take a look to see how the AI is doing. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can always go monthly. Standard is $118 less the 15%, or premium $228 less the 15%. Again, that discount's only good for the first month. If you decide you want to upgrade from standard to premium or monthly to annual, you can do so, and we will honor that 15% promo code. When you click on my homepage, you'll also see some other links. Trade of the week, you can sign up for that. Sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily recap. Usually do it around 1 o'clock. What's happened in the room up to that point. All the webinars and training. I'm going to put this, I always like to put this link on its own. The 20 short lessons. Excuse me. If you are new to Trade Ideas, I would really, really recommend that you take a look at the 20 short lessons. If you click on that link, the 20 short lessons link, 20 lessons, and now you can do it at your own pace. They're very short lessons. They're not video. Take the lessons, how to create a top list, how to create an alert window, etc. All the basic features of Trade Ideas. So even if you're not a subscriber, you can take a look at that and you can see what some of the basic features that we have. Daily support sessions. So I moderate the YouTube feed, which is a concurrent feed to this one. They see my screen, they can hear me also. And I moderate that between 9 and 12. Between 12 and 1, another trader takes over. I take a break, between 12 and 12:30. So it's an opportunity maybe for you to go to the YouTube feed, different perspective on the market. Here's the free trading room while you're in it, so you don't have to worry about that. Daily webinars. You can sign up for them all. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And again, they're all free. And educational videos. And trading books and documents. So my homepage has a lot of good links. And now I want to go over the AI a little bit and then Brokerage Plus. BB just continues here. Okay, so this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. They get optimized. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work to optimize those strategies. So that's what happened last night once the market closed. And today, wow. Yeah, they've made a change to the AI a little bit, so you're going to start to see more strategies making the cut. Not sure I completely agree with it, but you know, it is what it is. But so these are all the strategies that made the cut. Not too many alerts though, so I guess that's a good thing. I don't like to see a lot of alerts. It gets a little too overwhelming. But these are the strategies that made the cut after the optimization procedure. Then all you have to do is from the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And this is the window. And you can follow the alerts as they come in. It's a real-time alert with a stop, and you manage the trades as you see fit. And you can incorporate this window as part of your layout so you don't have to open it every day. All right, USEG is alive again. So again, this was such a, look at this one. I mean, it got up to what, $18, $18.60 or so. Not that long ago. Last week? Is that last week? Maybe a week and a half ago. So I do want to go over Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus, this is the Brokerage Plus window. To access it, you have to have our app. You cannot access it from the web-based version. Click on New, Brokerage Plus, and here is your Brokerage Plus window. You can use Brokerage Plus in one of two ways. If you want to trade using the Brokerage Plus window, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account and you connect to it. Where it says Interactive Brokers, you connect to it. This is a video that shows you exactly how you can do it. So you can do things like set up what we call one-click trading. You know, you set up your own buying and shorting parameters. You see something you like, you want to trade it, you just pick how you want to trade it. You set these up ahead of time, okay? And that video explains exactly how to do it all. The other way to use Brokerage Plus is as a simulated or paper trading module, all right? Part of the standard service. If you are new to trading, please, before you start committing money to the market, you should practice trading. And it's really simple to do. You just click on an alert, the symbol will show up, pick how many shares, pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting it, you sell, and if you're going long, you buy. So I really, really strongly encourage you to, but you know what I'm going to do, and you can also use it for swing trading. So I've been talking about swing trading JMIA for a while now. Let's just do it, okay? I'll take 300 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. Oops, I can't. No. I'd love to get it at 1226, but I'm going to go in at the market and we're going to swing trade this. So you can use this as a swing trading module. Obviously on a swing trade you have to put a wider stop. So I'm going to put a stop around 1049. Okay. And a target, I mean, the sky's the limit obviously for this one. So if I'm going to put a, let's see, almost a $2 stop, I better have $4 in this at least that I can realistically look at a chart and say, yeah, it's got room. So I'm going to put a $17 target. Oh, I see what happened. Again, this is just in the simulator. So if I allow this to just run automatically and it takes me out, and it gets down to 1049, I'll be out $600. If it goes up to 17 and allow it to take me out, I'll be up $1,300, okay? So you can use this as a swing trading, to practice swing trading. And all you have to do is don't exit at the end of the day. And then it'll carry forward. Now, obviously during the day, if something happens that this really takes a pop and I want to trade out some, all I have to do is, like if I want to get out of the trade right now, like I just hate it, I just flatten. That gets me out of the trade. I can get out of half the trade, or I could double it. Or I could pick how many shares I want to trade right here. I could do this on the chart, visually. I can always move these lines up and down. So let's just say the trade really starts to work well. I can use this like a trailing stop. Just move it up. Areas on the chart might make sense. So that if it broke down through a support area, that's where I should be out of the trade. Same thing here. If it starts approaching 17 and there's no reason to get out of it, I can always move that stop right in the chart. So again, I would encourage you to practice trading. Ooh, this could be interesting. ATAC, I had an alert set for a 10 break, I think. So a 10 break, and it's just starting. It's triggering now, not earlier, because the relative volume now is finally at 1. Relative volume meaning it's trading at least somewhat normally, a little bit abnormally, 1.1 times the normal. And I have a filter in these that it has to be at least 1. Yeah, I mean Kirk is running, and it's too bad. I mean, again, it's in my watch list, but it won't appear unless this gets to be 1, and it's just not going to happen. So you might say, well, then Barry, why do you even have a relative volume at 1? Then we could see these. You're right, but it's going to trigger a lot of other stocks that we may not want to see. The whole purpose of this is to really concentrate on a few stocks per day. Yesterday wasn't, it was an okay day for my watch list, but today's kind of nothing's really happening. But the 2 weeks before, we had a lot of great looks. Real, did you take run by any chance? There's a nice move. I know it's VXRT continues down, guys. VXRT continues down. Oh yeah, I see that Wafu was halted quite a bit earlier, unhalted, of course, a long time ago, 9:52, almost an hour ago. So guys, I'm not seeing a lot of action here. ATEC, let's see, can it hold 10? That's a key. If it can hold 10, it's not a low float. It was not excessive. 44 million in the float. Can it hold 10? The next high, you know what? If it takes out 10, 10, 10, 11 or so, that's the next high looking left. A couple of days ago, that's on Friday. Could have a run. Boy, what is going to support this ATXI? I mean, they obviously, or it seems like they only have one drug in their pipeline, and that's it. And look at this. Yeah, I just think I'm looking, trying to see what sector. There's only retail sector. I guess maybe being helped by Amazon Prime days and all that, but there are only a couple of sectors that are up. Bios are up, and consumer discretionary and retail. Everything else is negative on the day, as you would expect with the market being down. But tech is up a little, just a little. The trade room? No, the trade room is free. Sorry, just seeing your. All right, guys, let me just going to follow a tech discussion right now. All right, guys. So BE making a little bit of a move. This is a wild one to trade, but BE making a little bit of a move. All right, ATEC, still have my alert set up here. ATEC around 1011. See if I can take that out. That's the high of last week. Let me back this out a little bit to see what sort of resistance there is. Yeah, got to go back to, I don't think there's really, I'm back in 2015 here. So yeah, back here, 2015. That's 5 years ago. I don't care. All right, MGGS just explode. Well, yeah, exploded. Look at the volume that just came into MGGS. Look at the volume. MGGS just exploded here. Kind of out of nowhere. I mean, it just, yeah, I didn't get it. Yeah, I couldn't get it. Yeah, wow, it's just really, like, it's amazing, isn't it? Out of nowhere, all of a sudden, you get all this volume coming in. Yeah, they did have some news this morning. Again, something with Amazon, and also I think they're trying to take over something called Smart Retail, or sorry, Smart Repair Pro. Yeah, no shorts available for me either at Interactive Brokers for MDGS. ATXI continues down. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm sorry, but I'm just not getting too many new alerts. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know why I'm saying I'm sorry, but I mean, I'm just not getting too many new alerts. ATEC is looking interesting, more and more interesting. ATEC. It's not fantastic volume or anything, but I just want to see if it can take out this 1011 and kind of inch its way up. What's the spread like? Yeah, it's a good spread, 2-cent spread. Good morning, Lucky 786. Actually, yeah, I mean this can be pretty interesting, especially if it can take out that 1783 $18 level for VIPS. CLVS. What do you starve for attention there, Kaiser? Yeah, look at the volume coming into CLVS, and that's a fairly not a huge float. All right, guys, I took the ATEC. Let's see if as long as it holds 10. Doesn't hold 10, I'm out of it. Ah. The volume came in. I mean, that's the other reason. I didn't just take it, but now the volume is slamming it down. So let's see. I mean, I'm not going to hang around too long if it doesn't hold 10. remember this one from yesterday, LIZI. Oh, this is shortable too. I didn't realize this was shortable at IB. VXRT continues to make its way down. I was talking about PEIX. Yeah, so it's chase mode right now. Yeah. So last week's high, what was last week's high? Was 919. So, wow, what a move this has had. 30 cent stock back in May. Yeah, to me it looks like it's got a lot of resistance right around that 2 level. You know, the couple of topping tails right there in the weekly, and then right up here 210. I mean, you know, it looks like it's got a ton of resistance between now and 220. Now, if it can ever take out that 220, then it's got a lot of room. It's not an alert, it's a filter, okay? So it'll show you stocks that are above the pre-market high. So if you put a minimum of 100, so it's not an alert if you understand the difference. It's a filter, so it'll filter for stocks. Okay, so it'll filter for stocks if you put 100 in the min, yeah, that are at least at or above the pre-market high. Give me an example. Remember now, we're using our pre-market high. Okay, so we start getting our data at 7 o'clock. So our pre-market high looks like it's 1504. Exactly. So if it was higher in the pre-market or from another platform, then we don't have that. Yeah, and I see I see that it probably hit around 1682 or so. Yeah. There is talk of expanding it, but we've been talking about it for a while, so no idea if or when they will do it. All right, guys, time is at 11:07. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back. A little bit of a pop for ATEC. See if we can get this going. Get some volume coming in. ATEC. So I see that AI actually had a pretty good short on the NTLA, 2471, 2405 now. There's the short, 2471, 2405 now. Yeah, I mean the volume isn't great for ATEC. I mean it met my minimum filter requirement, so it would appear here, but it's not great. I'm just looking at that. 10 is a psychological number for it to get through. All right, let me take classic ears, guys. And it does this virtually every single time. Pop pre-market, market opens, or even in the pre-market just starts fizzling. All right, I'm going to take a look to see what sort of IPOs we might have today. I know we have several. All right, so we have, okay, so this is going to be another SPAC, guys, FVAM. FVAM hasn't opened yet, but it's going to be another SPAC, Bank of America. And we have actually got two SPACs today. SPAC, look it up. Special project acquisition companies. So another one, MACUU. And yeah, they look like they're all priced at 10. I don't know if it's a law, but it looks like they're all priced at $10. Did I say project? Yeah, I always say special purpose. I like project. I'm going to rename them project. Yeah, Fred, I hear you. Eyes and ears. No, they have these little press releases pre-market, loads of excitement, and then they just typically even before the market opens just start fizzling away. Yeah, what a nice continuation day for net. As I say, this JMIA really tough intraday. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails, even on the 15-minute chart for JMIA. So again, I've got this as a practice swing trade right here. You know what we're missing? We're missing those crazy stocks that are up 3, 4, 5,000%. We haven't had one this week. Boy, Fathom Holdings, FTHM, low float for a $24 stock, 4 million in the float. What's the spread like? Yeah, it's not terrible. I'm not taking the trade, but I mean, it's. I don't think I've seen this one before, and I don't see any specific news on it today. Cloudera. Yeah, I mean, look at the volume that came in early on, right up to 1247. All right, well, a little bit of a move now for ATEC. Let's see if it can continue. Get some volume. I'd love to see a big volume bar like this right here. One moment, please. All right, guys. Well, actually, ATEC's not doing too badly. I mean, I'd like to get into the mid to high 30s at least. At this point, though, I mean, I can't really lose. I mean, if it gets back down to where I bought it, I'm out. Fire Eye. Yeah, well, pretty erratic. I mean, look at that big topping tail there. Pretty erratic. Good volume, big float. 218 million in the float, so it's taking a bunch to move it. Why is it up? Call sweeps, 14 call sweeps. I don't know. I mean, I don't like that topping tail to go long right now. I would probably have to take out about 1430 for me to get interested in going long on it. Also, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it just doesn't appeal to me that much. I'm looking here on that weekly chart, 1470 or so. See, bottoming tails and topping tails, I just kind of usually run from them because there's just the indecision. Listen, this could take off right now, but usually when I see topping tails and bottoming tails on a daily chart, I kind of shy away. That's me though, of course. Yeah, I can't make any advisory comments on any stock. Okay, so, but somebody else might want to chime in for Zoom. It's amazing stock, absolutely amazing, but I'm not a financial advisor, so look how erratic some of these are, though. LAC, I mean, up, down, Up, down, up, down, up, down. Yeah, some volume coming in here for sure. Boy, it's all, I mean, it's just, I hate, I'm sorry, I just look at some of these charts with topping tails and you can say exactly what happened. I mean, there's lots of enthusiasm and the sellers just knocked it down every time. I mean, maybe today it'll be different, but, until it shows us that it's going to be different, it's hard to get too enthused. For me anyway. Guys, I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit here. Again, I'm not getting too many new alerts, so I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit. I'm still here. If you have any questions, fire away. I'm going to follow a discussion with our tech guys. All right, guys. So look, and I've traded out some of that ATEC. I just don't see this market. I'm not going to get a big pop, I don't think. So I sold some at, what was it, 10.24. expect a lot more activity next week once we get into the earnings season will really start in earnest next week. I mean, we got some releases this week, but it will really start next week. And we should start to see a lot more activity. Cola releases tomorrow after the market closes. See if I can get into the 30s, ATEC. I mean, it's not bad. You know, I'm just getting, excuse me, I just don't want to see all of a sudden a big bar come in and knock it down to 10. So the wild one yesterday, Surf, yeah, is up to almost $10. So it is starting to drop now. Surf, SURF. Yeah, I saw you mentioned EXC inching its way up. EXC, I think when you mentioned it was about 50 cents. Cannabis, I don't think very much, but let's see. Yeah, well, it's awful. Depends what you're talking about. I mean, but look at this 15-minute chart. Again, you know, I always kind of nag you guys on this, but look at this 15-minute chart. Topping tails, bottoming tails, complete indecision, you know, and you know every you know the cannabis plays had a little bit of excitement for 2 days, and now they're back to doing nothing. That's my opinion. Had earnings already, so nothing to, in my mind, is going to help this stock unless all of a sudden there's some incredible news about that whole sector. What do you think about it? Yeah, so this I think this probably didn't it finally do the merger, so it stopped trading on the first for Shell. I may be wrong, but I mean it's a SPAC obviously, and I thought maybe they finally did their merger, and so a new symbol. I don't know what it is, but There we go. Hyln. I knew that's at her Hyperion or Hillian. So there's your answer. Armstrong flooring. Yeah, big pop. I wonder why it's not showing up here. No, I think the volume, that's why. The volume is just coming in now. All right. Well, hey, I may get what I want from the ATEC. I was looking for mid to high 30s. I know I've sold a little bit, but okay. Here's a cheap one coming in. ALRN. ALRN. So I had an interesting day yesterday. Again, the sell-off. There's got up to 186, sold off all the way down to well, not all the way down, but 165. Continuing, 26 million in the float. Looks interesting. The next high looking left. So it's taken that out. Let's take a look, back this out a little bit more on the weekly chart to see what else, how far back do we have to go before we see these highs. So we have to go back about 2.5 years. I'm sorry, a year and a half ago. This is back in February of March of last year for the highs. Okay, so I haven't talked about this in a bit with the AI, but if you have the AI, one thing I would add are these columns here, the re-entry time and price, okay? I notice here that what'll happen, if you have the AI, you'll notice that there's always a re-entry price automatically assigned, just halfway between the entry and the stop. That's all that is. But they won't trigger unless the stock actually hits the stock price or the stop price at any point during the day, and it comes back to the reentry price. So look at CYTK as an example. So the reentry price was $15.99. Okay, and now it's starting to, now that happened quite a while ago at 10.19. Lots and lots of opportunity to get into it. CYTK. So if you don't have the reentry, and it's just, these are just columns. You just right click columns, alphabetical order. I would add the reentry time and the reentry price. You can enter the reentry stop also, but definitely, so that has worked out quite well. $15.99, $16.32 now. This is one I did trade earlier. Guys, I can't believe I did that. So I mentioned the AI on the NTLA short 2471, 2357 now. No problem getting it at IB, and it wasn't down 10%, so no problem getting a short here for NTLA. Why would that be a game changer? I know what you're saying, but I mean, I always have my computer clock where I can always see it. So, I mean, I know when candles are going to close and a new one's going to start. I'm not sure it would be a game changer for me if we had the countdown right on the chart. It's not going to happen. I'll tell you that right now. It is not going to happen. Is that what you mean though? Like a little countdown? So here's 11:41, so there's another 3 minutes and a countdown. Yeah, I mean I've seen them on charts, and I guess while it's nice, I'm not sure why it would be a game changer, but that's just me. Exactly. All right, if you may be on the way down again, I mean, it had to pull up. Probably some resistance right around 2172 for HUYA. Oh, ATHA. Wow, look at this ATHA. Real big pop here for ATHA. And this is shortable. ATHA. Yeah, that was quick. Look at the crazy price action of this one. Look at the pre-market. Way up in the pre-market. I don't even think I saw this. Probably the volume wasn't that great. Market opens, drops right back to the close of yesterday. And now all of a sudden, just getting some volume coming in, ATHA. I don't see any specific news on it. I do see Jeffrey's initiated coverage, but other than that, I don't see any specific news on it. Another one. Okay, we're starting to get a few more now. ADAP now. ADAP. Wow, this is a really interesting one. Take a look at this one. $9, just over big float though, 136 million, but it's over that whole number. Has room. 1024 or so. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying it's a little bit like the ATEC. And I don't see any specific news on it. Okay, really watching ADAP right here. See how well it bases, and it might have a little run in it. Look left. Look how much room it's got. But it is a big float, 136 million. Wow, look at toughen TUFN. TUFN. So probably the lifetime low is down here around 562, and this is now at 760. So this is now below the low of 3 weeks ago. TUFN. I didn't see that as an IPO today. Exchange traded fund. Interesting. I didn't see that as an IPO for today. I don't know if it's an IPO exactly, but yeah, I don't know if it falls into the category of an IPO. Obviously, it's newly trading today, but I don't know if it falls into the category of as an IPO. Okay, guys, ADAP holding over 9 now. This is very interesting to me. Now, I have to be taking my break pretty soon, so I'm not sure I can get into this one, but I do like the way this is holding over 9. No specific pattern, Santosh, in terms of trading a low float stock versus a high float stock. No specific pattern. You know, I mean, everything I get alerted to is made a new high or a new low for the day. So, you know, if it breaks out, if there's been some consolidation a little bit and then breaks out on volume, that gets me interested on volume. Boy, MGI, it's not a low float either, 50 million in the float. What a day it's having. That's a great look at this great looking daily chart for ADAP. Yeah, so I don't think it falls into the category as an IPO. New listing today, yes, but it's more like a fund. It's a fund listing, so fund listing, not a fund listing. So I don't think it falls into the category. Yeah, not to, okay. I mean, I read that too about Amazon. I mean, look, a lot of companies are going to have Amazon in their press releases today because of Amazon Prime. You know, whether or not it does anything real. I mean, I know it's up 91%, and there's the big pop. But whether it does anything from here, it's anybody's guess, really. Can I set volume bottom or top alert window? I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Ramalinga, I don't understand. I don't understand the question quite. All right, guys. So I'm going to put the link for the YouTube feed in case you want to head over there at noon. Steve Gomez is going to be there. He's the chief chief developer of the Trade of the Week. I think he has a Andy. I'm sure has a say in it also, but I'll give you the link for the YouTube feed. You want to head over there at noon I'll be taking a break at noon here. Don't know if you can hear me, Ramalinga. So I just don't understand your question. Still don't quite understand. When you say a volume peak, are you talking about, for instance, right there, there's a, so are you talking about referring to previous candles on a, if that's what you're talking about, then not really. In other words, if you're talking about, show me if on a 5 minute chart, where a stock breaks the highest volume on a 5 minute chart. Is that what you mean? Because if that's what you mean, no, we can't do that. I know using 5 minute chart as an example. Boy, AFI is just ripping here. Is that what you meant though? All right, ATEC is still kind of hanging in here. Still have a little bit left, just in case it really takes the pop that I'm looking for. No, we can't do that. No, I see what you're saying. We can't do that. Sorry. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Wow, ATEC, guys. ATEC is now giving us a nice move. Nice move. Just took a while. And look at some volume coming in finally. All right, thank you, Steve. I'm going to stop the stream right now then. Thank you.
Hello. Nice to welcome you with a big sigh right into my microphone, unmuted. Let me mute mine. There we go. All right. Hello, everybody. Let me just drop a couple of links here. All right. Hello, Fred. I see somebody typed CLVS. some action over there for sure. Clovis Oncology. Well, let me get my pen out. That always helps. So this is the time of day where we give Barry a break, give you some different flavors of the Trade Ideas team. Like Barry said, my name is Steve. I'm user number 3 over here at Trade Ideas. Been using it for about 17 years. So happy to help anybody that may have been, directed over here for some additional demonstration or some support. By all means, if you've got something you need help with, go ahead and type that into the chat window, and I can help. Also, if people directed here want to take a look at some individual chart names, we can do that too. We can do whatever we want these hours. Somebody was pointing out BDR. Usually don't trade these small items, but it's always interesting to see them come to life and then run them through the prism of the Trade Ideas relative volume, 8 times normal, 5-minute volume, 34 times normal, and 1-minute volume, 70 times normal going on over there. All right, so again, I'll just kind of go about my business over here unless you guys want to talk about something. Fred, if you'd take a look at Fallen Angel with FDA 9 to 1 positive miso soup. Ooh, miso's a meso. So this is the one you want me to look at, right? MESO, mesitoblast. Well, obviously this thing is all over the spectrum. Doesn't take much to see that they had some very bad news on this day here, which will happen in this pharmaceutical biotech space for sure. Not much to see right now. It's just going to see, as you can notice, the 200-day moving average acted as perfect support on the down day of the news, bounced off, and kind of a bleed off of that bounce. It's just doing nothing right now. And what's going to probably happen is this 200-day moving average is going to force the issue, or this 10-day moving average declining is going to force the issue. It's basically moving into a wedge, and we'll see where it goes from there. Hard to make an opinion judgment at this point on something like that, Fred. I see why you called it a fallen angel now. One second, guys. I'm completing a text here. Got to do this. Okay. You got it. All right, Damien. Codex. Let's look at Codex. I like the daily chart. First glance. Okay, so first glance is the daily chart. Then you go to the intraday chart, always. And I like to read from left to right, English language. So I put my daily chart left, and then I move to the right. So starting with the big picture, we have a nice sliding sideways action above the 10, above the 20. Same kind of situation here, but this chart has a lot more potential in my opinion. We're going to get what we're currently getting really is a very tight wedge here. So as you can see, the 50-day moving average in blue is going to be coming into play big time here. So we'll just see what happens. Expect sellers to jump in there when it touches that blue line, which appears to be 1510. So expect sellers to jump in at 1510 there on Codex, Damien, and then just observe, see what happens. It's important again to have good volume in play when you're trying to push through. I think it's going to be a foregone conclusion that you're going to be testing that 50-day, and the idea is to get that thing above the 50-day and hold it. This VIPS here, somebody was asking me about VIPS yesterday, and it's looking good. I don't know if that person is in our room, but really nice push into midday here. I mentioned yesterday, and I'll go back and show you. We'll go back one day, there we are, and if we do it like that, this is what it looked like yesterday. And I said, well, just be very aware that the 200-day moving average is going to bring in sellers, much like I was mentioning to you at the 50-day moving average. But if we move forward a day into today, VIPS is doing very well. The whole idea, though, is to get this thing to close above that line, not to trade above and then collapse at the close and fall below on the close. We don't want to see that. And so far, it looks pretty darn good, like it's not going to do that. Let's check in with pretty much 2-to-1 relative volume, and our intraday volume is still above average. So good stuff there. And then, of course, the moving average intraday. So start here, move over to here, and a test and a pass of the 10-day moving average, and for the most part, another test and a pass on the opening trades here. And we're still well above this moving average. Momentum is certainly intact on this name. All right, that was a good one. Looking at the bigger picture, NASDAQ, here's what I kind of think is going to happen. And I mentioned this in my webinar yesterday, and I'll mention it again in my webinar today. Big extended move out of these moving averages. We're breathing clean, fresh air up here. No mask on this market. And I think it's time for a bit of a pause. And again, markets and movements, doesn't matter what it is. Price, let's call it price action, can correct in one of two ways. It can correct in price, which means it'll fall back, or it can correct over time, which is, I believe, is what we're going to be seeing here. 2 or 3 days of sideways action. Let these moving averages come up and meet them, and then we'll see what happens. That is the scenario I really feel like we're under, because we had plenty of time to correct on the open and give it back. I mean, S&P is negative 0.3 on the day, but you cannot get the juggernaut, the NASDAQ, to pull back into the green. So even more so in the NASDAQ or in the Qs, I believe that we're going to be facing sideways consolidation, or as they say, consolidating over time rather than consolidating over price. Not happy to see this one falling back into the dirty air, into the moving averages, but the day is still somewhat young. It would be nice to see this thing pop back up and show that we can test this 20-day moving average. It looks like we might be testing, which is a shame. This thing looked really good on this day right here, like it might have easily tagged that moving average and then moved higher. And this is the trade of the week I'm talking about, so people have some interest in this one. Here's one of the more unfortunate things for me anyway. I'm not swing trading Apple and Google and Amazon, Tesla, Netflix. Those are the ones that are really holding up and propping up Walmart, the big winners, the big giant corporate winners of COVID. So some of the other names are getting passed up, and when you start to invest your swing portfolio in other more random type names, like I'm in Rocket, it's just kind of sitting here. We looked at SWBI a second ago. Let's see, what are some other names I'm in? Sorry. X, I was in X, having a decent day, but kind of pulling back. But the point is, overall, without looking at all of them that I'm in, I will show those later today, they're not really doing much over the last few days. The market's moving higher, as I mentioned, if you're in the Apples, Netflix, Googles, Amazons. But if you're just trying to, do the normal swing trade thing, which usually works, it's just kind of flat right now. It's not really working for me, which in itself is an interesting tell of what's going on in the market. It is a selective breakout, and a lot of other names necessarily aren't participating as well as they could. So we'll see how that resolves. I hope that, if my theory holds true, the market is going to consolidate in a sideways fashion here. A couple of days of sideways action. I would hope that my stocks do the same. If they didn't participate on the move up in the last 2 or 3 days, I don't want them to pull back. And that would be a net loss. So we'll see. Just in kind of babbling about market observations here, what I'm seeing today. I will be doing some back testing in the afternoon webinar, the 5 Eastern webinar. So if anybody's new to trade ideas or wanted to learn a bit more about how to back test and use that tool and refine it, what we call optimize it, I'm going to spend about 10 minutes on that tonight. All right, I see a few people popping in. The questions are caught up, so if you're sitting on one, don't be shy. You can pop something in here and we can take a look. Again, it's trading related, chart observation related, specific stock related, how to create a scan. Hello, Kelly. Sure, thoughts on Hexo? What do they do? Profile. Cannabis. I like them already. Yeah. The cannabis stocks, as you know, Kelly, have been under tremendous pressure. Now, there might, I'll tell you what, let me just sidebar here. A lot of people think that one of the next bullets in the back pocket of the president might be to, I don't know, beat the Democrats to their punch and legalize cannabis nationwide. That would be a pretty interesting story now, wouldn't it? Now, Kelly knows I always talk about the chart needs to confirm the story. The story needs to be confirmed by the chart. So we have a little bit of a hiccup here in this stock. TLRY, I think, is one of the more bigger plays. And let's just kind of key off this. This is the one of the bigger names. So Tilroy kind of had the same movement that Hexo, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these are just the ideas or the concept being floating around here by the cannabis traders that we might get some sort of federal relaxation. That'd be pretty cool by me. But again, we want to just talk about the chart. So as we've talked about in a few of the last examples here, the 200-day moving average is moving down and it's ominous. And remember, somebody asked me yesterday about VIPs, and the 200-day took a pause. I'm sorry, the price action took a pause at the 200-day and then moved higher. Well, that's what we would hope that the price action can do in Hexo, is take a pause here. It reached up and almost kissed it yesterday. Oops. But I think this could be the beginning of something. Let's put it that way. It could be the very beginning of something, because let's face it, back here, and I'll do the time machine game, back here, things weren't looking too good. All right, that breakout didn't do anything, and it fell below the moving averages down here into the pit. If up here above moving averages is clean air, well, then this is just the pit down in here. We don't want to be breathing air in the pit. So it wasn't looking good, but and then time machine moves forward. We broke through those moving averages and had a nice 3-day move, and we're consolidating. Here's what I think could be happening in Tilroy, whatever you want to call it, and Hexo. I think we're going to gather some steam here. We're going to move sideways for the next couple of days and let these moving averages come up and start to support the price action to get to what I call like a bird in the hand. The bird in the hand setup is always nice on stocks that are basing and trying to break their downtrend. If they can just sit, like a bird in the palm of somebody's hand, and the hand being the moving averages for a few days there, sometimes that bird can take flight. So maybe the early stages of something good to happen. And as I said, maybe the story out there is federal relaxation or federal decriminalization, legalization, whatever you want to call it. I'm down with that. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps, Kelly. Stay with it. It looks like it might be trying to do something. And if you're not in it, what you might want to do is, and if you want to get in it, as I'm trying to say, is maybe pick a day or a morning in the next coming days where the price action hiccups down in the morning and winds up actually touching one of these moving averages. That's usually a safe bet for something like this. But I'd like to see nothing more. Let's take this a step further here. Let's go to our trade ideas similar tab. So we put in Hexo, and then we start to see some other companies in here that could be interesting. Wait, those are all P names. Let's do this. Let's go to TLRY and key off of that. TLRY. There we go. And that should give us some similars. There we go. So these are some interesting names there. Tilray. What are some of the bigger names here? HUGE. Interesting. Not doing much there. HAPP. Not doing much there. USNA. That looks kind of similar to the Tilray and the Hexo that you brought up. Let's bring in Hexo, and there we go. These would be the different ones for that Hexo. So if you have trade ideas, don't forget you can use that similar tab to go in and find additional trade stocks and names in a particular space if you're not familiar with them. All right, hello, I never know how to pronounce this. Autolycus. I think I got it. Looking at MDGS, just dumped. Okay, so MDGS, American Depository, surgical and medical. Okay, well, regardless, they're in play. They've had some news. Their relative volume is off the charts. 5-minute volume off the charts. The stock normally only averages, how many shares? Average, oh, there, 1.3 million average. Okay, yeah, not too bad. But there's our gap. There's our move up. We just started to draw a brand new candle here. It's probably just going to throw elbows. And what I'm talking about is the momentum of the 10-period simple moving average on a 15-minute chart is trying to hold right here. So the rubber is really meeting the road. The idea when you look at these is to not get the candle to close above. So if you were in this trade from yesterday and you were lucky to get this gap, and you're riding it and you're saying, I'm not going to exit this trade for my profit until I get a closing candle below the 10 SMA. Well, at the moment, we got 13 more minutes to draw the next one. And so this thing is going to bounce around a little bit. It could pop right back into play. The point is, don't just use a single tick or trade or two to get you out. Wait for these candles to close, and it can give you, a lot of times, a really early warning system. How do I feel about Dell? Good looking chart. I mean, they're obviously participating in the Nasdaq and the tech run. Anything digital, or anything that supports digital, is being supported by that run. Great looking chart, Dell. You know, if we look at a little zoomed in perspective here, you can almost see what I was talking about a little earlier. The stock has been in an uptrend, so it's not exactly the bird in the hand. The bird in the hand is more when you have a downtrend and a base, and then a breaking of the downtrend. But same kind of thing applies here. The moving average is just scooting sideways, 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 and that 10-period moving average just forces the issue and pushes the stock higher. So a lot of times I might like to take a trade that looks like this right here a few days ago. It's just you're anticipating that move higher. It's never a guarantee, but the odds seem to favor it. Now, that's a very good segue into the trade of the week in NIO. This is what it looked like going into the weekend. Yeah, looked just like that going into the weekend. At the moment, we've had 2 more days of data. It's just making some noise, throwing some elbows, having a fit. And I'm going to wait until the end of the day to see if this closing daily candle, just like the 15, make sure this candle closes above the rising 10-day moving average. If it doesn't, then I'm going to be on a bit of an alert here. But I don't like to make swing trading decisions midday. I like to make them at the end of the day. For entrance, or for do I stay in? I will enter trades many times at the end of the day once I see how that candle is going to draw and try and get a jump on tomorrow, maybe get lucky and get a gap up and not have to worry about chasing in the morning. Also, I will use the end of day to determine, trades that are not working. Do I want to get out of this thing? Well, don't get out midday, Steve, because when I do that, it seems to be the wrong decision by the time the candle closes. So I've learned to wait for the end of the day. Now this NIO, I'd like to see this thing bounce off this moving average and kick higher. We'll see. Do what Dell was doing there a second ago. So Dell's not a bad chart there. WC Mick. Hello, Gain. I think I got you. Do you know what is the correction between futures and index? Do you know what is the correction? I don't know what you mean by the correction between the futures and index. The only difference is the index are going to close shop every day when the bell rings. And so you're going to get gaps in the indexes. You're not going to have gaps in the futures, and that's why some people like to look at the futures. Some people like to trade the futures for even other reasons, account restrictions. Some people work during the day and they're a junkie and they want to trade all night long. So what is the correlation? Yeah, I think I'm on the right track. The correlation is they're going to follow tick for tick during the day. But when the market closes and the indexes close, the futures will continue. So you're not going to see a gap in the futures. You're going to see what happened. You're going to see the little road in between closing indexes price. The futures are going to show you how you got from close to the open the following day. All right, another one for Kelly, PLTR. New issue. All right, here's one of the things I like to do with new issues sometimes, and if some of you saw Jamie's webinar last night, I take this anchor and we do the anchored VWAP from day one. And look at this. All this tells me is that this is a value-weighted average price line, a VWAP line, but in this case it's anchored to a specific day. And we anchor the most pure day possible is day one of trading a new issue. This tells me who is who is above the value-weighted average price and who is below. So right now we're barely ticking below. So everybody that's essentially bought on day one is just kind of back to square one here using the VWAP, value weighted average price. Another way to use the VWAP, which Brian Shannon reminds me of constantly, is to zoom out on the 15-minute, and we'll grab, let's just do it here on the clean chart. We'll go time frame, 15-minute. Oh, I hate those. Get rid of the pre-market, get rid of the post-market. All right, we'll zoom out and we'll look at a 15-minute. We'll grab that very first trading bar. So we'll anchor the first trading bar of this new issue. It's interesting, isn't it? This is why Brian likes to use this. Okay, so all of a sudden this line on the 15 acts as resistance, went through, tried to act as support, acted again as resistance, a bit of resistance. So we're kind of underwater here. And so what I would suggest to you, Kelly, also is this $10 level is going to probably come into play. Not only is it resistance in price, but this value weighted VWAP from the opening tick is coming into play too. So $10 seems like a really interesting level in that one. I'm going to go back to the daily, because there's not really much else that we can glean from this. Let me go to my moving averages and see how they line up on my favorite moving averages. We don't even have me at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We don't have a single moving average, but tomorrow the 10-day moving average is going to draw. So I like the new issue exercise of what I just went through. Take a clean chart and use that anchored VWAP. We anchor it from the first tick, and it looks like it showed us that $10 is a real interesting pivot level. So maybe we're pulling back, and I love my new phrase. All right, my new phrase is sometimes you have to pull the arrow back to shoot it. How's that? Because maybe that's what's happening right here in this PLTR. We'll give it the benefit of the doubt, but if we can get that thing back above $10, I think that's going to be a win. So that's what I see on that one. All right, NBSE. NBSE. Having a good day, having a moving day. Not a ton of volume, but as far as NBSE goes, it's doing 2 times normal relative volume. It's been around for a while, so it's just kind of chopping back and forth in between the range. I think, the obvious level right here is approaching. If you're long this thing and you're looking for an area to start maybe selling, it'd be nice if you can get that. But remember, about 6 days of green candles to get there. And at some point, these things can run out of inertia and run out of energy. And maybe on the way to this orange line, you might have to suffer 3 or 4 days of consolidation before that happens. I generally like to take advantage of these big green line pushes as long as they hold. Now we'll move to the right hand screen here. I think you're just going to use the simple method of what is the price going to do in relation to that line as the day wears on. Okay, HS, is there a direct way of loading saved alert strategies into multi? Yep, great question. Okay, so this is a really good one, and I'm glad we're going to take a little time here to talk about the program. So what HS is asking about, oops, wrong one. Let me bring up a multi-strategy window. I've only got that one. And okay, and just again, your question was loading a saved alert into a multi. Okay, so we're going to eventually go to a multi. Let's forget that. First step is, let's do this. Let's take my 2 alerts here, my jam down to the 10, and my trending elbows. Just 2 things I've been playing around with, mostly for demonstration purposes. But the question is, how can we take these 2 windows and move them into a single window, which is a great exercise for people who maybe go on the road, which, by the way, I'm going to be on the road for 10 days. I need a road trip. So next 21st of October through the end of the month, I'm going to be gone. But I will take my laptop with me, and I might combine a few alert windows. And here's how we would do that. The first step is to just start with our first source window, and to go down here, right-click, and use this thing called Collaborate. It just essentially saves all of our settings, kind of like the cloud, but it's called Collaborate. So we're going to copy all. Now we're going to open a new multi-strategy window. This is going to be our target window. So strategy, new strategy. How do we do this here? Collaborate all. Let's try that. No, we don't want to collaborate. We want to go into there. So strategy, new strategy. There it is. It was right in front of my face. Collaborate. Ding. Paste. All right. We now have a strategy called the jam down buy. All right. Let's go in and colorize this, because that's really what we have to do in a multi-strategy window. Foreground, we'll make that blue. I'm sorry, black. And background, we'll make this red. We'll make it fuchsia. Here we go. There is our jam down in fuchsia. Now we want to add a second alert to our multi window. We're going to come over here to trending elbows. Going to collaborate trending elbows. Copy that setting code. Come over here to our target and new strategy. Here's where we build our second strategy. We're not going to configure it. We're going to collaborate it. Paste it. Now we have trending elbows, and let's delineate this guy. Sorry, let's delineate this guy. There's our colors. Trending elbows. We'll make this background a little more pink, and we'll make the foreground black. And there you go. And you can just build on top of that as many as you want. And so the idea is you're saving space, saving real estate. You got the strategy name right in front of you, but you start to, identify the color. You know what's what. If you want to take this strategy right here and duplicate that window and take the exact opposite and flip it and say, show me the exact opposite strategy. These are going to be things that are going to be making new highs, and I would short them. Well, now I've got the exact inverse of the jam down buy using the flip button. And then, of course, I could continue and collaborate and just keep collaborating alert windows after alert windows into our new multi-strategy. So that's how you do that. Hopefully that would make sense, or did make sense to you, HS. All right, I think you got it. WC Mick, I notice the profit target at the $10 on PLTR. Is that a coincidence? Let's get rid of this. Now, PLTR. Where did you see profit target the first time on PLTR? Was it like drawing inside one of the charts? Hang on one second. Let me get rid of this line. PLTR. So let me just see something here. Properties, smart risk levels. Okay, is this what you're talking about? Again, I just went to my chart, properties, and I turned on show smart risk levels. And so the smart risk level, as you can see, kind of came to the same conclusion that we did a minute ago, looking at this at the resistance at 10. And I can tell you it's not looking at the AVWAP, which we determined the anchored VWAP was showing, but it seems like all things are kind of corresponding to that level. So our trade ideas, smart systems will, here, we can go zooming out. Let's look at the color. I'm focusing on the coloring here, you guys. So the bottom end, and this says if you were to buy PLTR right here at 952 at this moment, your downside technical level for reason is right there, and your upside level of resistance and or target is going to be right there. And if we look left, as I often say, I think we can see the reasoning. Look at that. Support, support, resistance, resistance, tremendous pivot level. So these colorized bands are identifying and overlapping and showing you resistance levels and support levels and pivot levels. Let's look left on the support level. What's it finding down here? Oh, okay, support, support, resistance, resistance, congestion. Pretty simple when you kind of look back to the left and break it down, but what we've done for you already is just trust that that color code is going to be a significant level for you. And it's always based, again, on the current price. So I think I figured out your question, WC Mick, and it's a good one. I turn those off. I like to have as much or as few items on my charts as possible. Again, this rocket is probably doing better than, I shouldn't say better, but it's looking decent in my little portfolio there. Been in that one forever. DGB in and out of that one, just waiting for. This one was a really nice mover yesterday for me, but it's giving most of it back today. Rather frustrating. There's the trade of the week, just being kind of a bugger. There's last week's trade of the week, trying to maybe reverse intraday here and bounce off that moving average and give us a decent closing candle. And then this one is, boy, I've been giving this one a little bit, maybe too much time. It's also a new issue. Let's play the new issue game with this one, shall we? We'll grab that 15-minute chart, and we will anchor the VWAP on every single trade since the opening tick, which is going to be right here. There's our VWAP. Boom. You didn't give it to me, did you? Give it to me. There we go. Okay, so I'm basically really, I'm underwater. I'm not underwater, but everybody who bought the opening tick up here in GP around the low 20 levels is underwater. I guess that would make sense. But looking at this anchored VWAP, it's going to take a little time to get back up to those levels. So I might be wise to take half off. All right, let's assume like back here. See how it popped up, and if you had a position, you're probably kicking yourself for not taking any off. So when you take half off, you still give yourself a chance to run higher. But knowing this moving average, this anchored VWAP is going to be up here, just resting under 15. and my position's at 13, I will take some off if I can get some underneath there, because it looks like these price scenarios really respect that anchored VWAP on these new issues anyway, until they can spread their wings a little bit more. This revenue growth fishing has been a pretty decent one. Ah, look at this. There's a great example of that 200-day moving average we've been talking about in some of these stocks you guys have been throwing me. Is AQST. What do they do? Ah, therapeutics, pharmaceutical. Interesting. If this thing closes above, if AQST closes above that 200-day moving average today, that could be interesting. AAOI, just quickly going to finish this little scan here. Yeah, nothing really else. Okay, Kelly for ALT, pharmaceutical. All right, so coming into today, wasn't doing much. Obviously had some sort of news. It's got 15 times normal volume. It broke 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. An hour and a half ago, it broke its momentum line, but that's not to say that it can't recover it. It's only day one, really, of its movement. Great volume. Just see how it closes. Every inch that it can garner back, every scrap and penny that it can get, and get as much green in this daily candle as possible by the close of the end of day is what you want. What you don't want to see is a big topping tail, which is all just throwing it up in the morning and then slowly giving it all back toward the end of the day. You're on lows and you got nothing but a big topping tail. You don't want to see that. You want to try and build on it. So we still have a good few hours left in the day. Let's get this thing back above that moving average intraday. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just draw like an alert right there from our exercise a moment ago. Sell half. Dummy. Don't get greedy. Little note to my future self from my current unemotional self. All right, Steve, how can compute the slop of the VWAP? Tried fiddling with the custom formula, taking different distances between the VWAP 1 and VWAP 2. Oh, the slope, yeah. That's the one thing that we just can't do, HS. All you can do is you can use that distance from, and if you want distance 1, if you want VWAP 2 to be above VWAP 1, or vice versa, let's say VWAP 1 to be above VWAP 2, you would probably just have in the minimum a greater value for VWAP 2 than you would for VWAP 1, because the price would be closer to the higher one. But there's no guarantee that you will get slopes or directions, ascending, descending, or flat with those. There's just nothing we can do really to scan for or filter out the slope of the moving average. We can only do the price as it relates to the distance from the VWAP or the moving average. Is GP the one in talks with USPS? I don't think so. You tell me. Again, I play charts. I was looking at, no, it's Green Power Motor Company. Last week we had a lot of electric vehicles and battery plays and stuff like that doing pretty well with just the juggernaut aspect of Tesla. And again, NIO, the trade of the week, is also a electric vehicle. We don't see it in our markets because it sells in the global markets outside the U.S. But they're trying to be a little baby Tesla. There's no reason why they can't create some sort of market share. Doesn't have to be just one company. Workhorse GP. I'm not really sure. Let's just read the profile. Develops, manufactures, and distributes electric vehicles. Yeah, so for commercial markets in the U.S. and Canada. FUV, the other one you saw me talk about that had a nice day yesterday and gave it back today. What do you know? They also do three-wheeled electric vehicles. So trying to see if the bloom can stay on the rose over there in that sector. Also, reminding myself the IWM, this is the Russell 2000. A lot of those small companies are part of the Russell 2000. Look at the move that has had. Russell 2000, the small caps are maybe trying to make some noise. They're still trying to get back um, above their fall from grace, and also their respective all-time high, which they can't get above. Yeah, okay, so there was another one. DSS, was that the one I was thinking of that might be like a blockchain document security that was working with possible post office for mail? I was interested in this stock at one time, but you know what? I gave up. I can't remember when it was I was interested, but it no longer shows anything of interest to me. Let's take a look at WKHS. WKHS. Eesh, look at that. Nice move and gave it all back. That's nasty. Really nice. Look, here's a great example of what I just preach endlessly. Recovered, regained its 10 period, pass, pass, double pass, pass, another pass, gap up. Once it broke and closed below, look at how that could have saved you all of this. If you just say, when I'm in profit taking mode, I'm going to try and squeeze out the most that I can without being without getting out too soon or without being too greedy. Well, using that closing candle after a big move and you're ready to take profits, waiting for that closing candle to break that line, that's not being too greedy. That's squeezing out the best that you can, in my opinion. My friendly little friend who's a very good technical analysis. Nice pullback in BLNK, no position. What do they do? Look at that, charging. So my little friend knows that I've been interested in some of these electric vehicles, and looks like this is a charging company. So this is an interesting setup, quite actually. You know, if you really believe in this stuff, look at this: a test to low, another test to low, couldn't break it, popped above. Look at this little intraday bird in the hand. That's what I was talking about. The sideways action. That looks like it, could take some flight. Maybe later today, we'll see. But what I do like is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days of consolidation on the daily chart, building a higher low, and doing so right at the 50 and 20 period moving average. There's a great reason for this price to dig in right here. And maybe 6 days from now, we can look back and say, wow, I wish I'd have picked that up under 10. I'm not going to do it. I mean, you can fall in love around here all day long. It's real easy, but you only have so much buying power and so much focus and attention. Here's that BDR some people in a room were talking about. Got ahead of itself, pulled back, and respected that 10 period moving average, and is now back to highs. Pretty cool. So yes, you brings up a good example. Workhorse, a great example of buy the rumor and sell the news. I say all the time, if you're not trading in a contrarian fashion, you're running with the herd. And if you're going to run with the herd, you're never going to get separation, and you're just going to get ground to bits over time, death of many small cuts. You got to separate yourself from everybody else by being a seller when they're a buyer and you've got a profit and they're reaching up and buying it like crazy because they weren't as early as you were. They didn't have the forethought that you did to position yourself and participate in a move. They're just out there chasing new highs, and all of a sudden you're selling to them. Well, in that moment of time, it's very gratifying to be a contrarian type of player. Okay, here's another piece of interesting bit. Why did BDR pull back and dig in at 127? Why was that the level? Well, if you look left, remember I tell you, look left. The high of this day back here on that big spike, is 126. So spiking highs and the prior daily can act as current intraday support. It's what we call a pivot level. So it appears that 126 is indeed a new pivot level for BDR. All right, guys, we're caught up on our Q&A demo. Looks like silver's going to lows, huh? Interesting. Okay, so silver gaps down, goes sideways, and we're on the other side of the mountain here. Oops. The moving average throws the price of silver to fresh lows. It's just the inverse of what we look at on the upside when stocks gap up and go sideways. I'd really like to see this trade of the week, NIO, fall back in line here. It needs to get going midday. See, all my stuff's just kind of lackluster. How much more falling in SLDB? Well, we might need to look left, Kelly. SLDB. Okay, well, we don't need to look too far left. It's threatening right here. It is all about the 10-day moving average, okay? Big move higher. It's just the same thing I've been talking about, except we're back on the daily time frame again. A big gap movement higher, a lot of volatility, like you plucked a guitar string, and it's now just kind of settling in to find its equilibrium. We want to build off of this low right here, okay? 370 on the low. The 10-day moving average is at 84 cents. Need to get back up here. Need to get a close back up here to reclaim that 10-day moving average. And if you do it like that, you'll have a nice bottoming tail wick on the candle. And if the body of the candle can close right back above that, I'll tell you what, that's a pretty interesting looking setup for tomorrow. And if you're long, there's always a possibility, big if it closes strong right off that moving average, there's always a possibility you could get a nice little gift in the morning with a gap. Don't fret it too much here. It's basically, this is where the rubber is meeting the road now, Kelly. Needs to really bounce off that low today and hold that low today. If it doesn't, then it's just sliding into no man's land, no woman's land, no trader's land, whatever you want to call it. And we don't want that. NK, what is NK looking like? Well, first glance is it's respecting its intraday moving average like clockwork. It's absolutely magic when that thing works, and it does work a lot. The other good news here, what do we got? Biological. Technically speaking, we're working on the third day of closing above the obviously elephant in the room here, the 50-day moving average. Had a bit of resistance on the way up, acted as support on this red day here. Got a nice wick bottoming tail of support on Friday. Well above the close and the range yesterday, above the 50. And again, today we're well above the range of the close of the 50. And so now we're starting to take off here on the intraday stuff. It looks really good over there. What's the relative volume? That's the only suspect part. We don't need volume. It's always nice to have confirmation of volume. But, your relative 0.8, you're just under normal volume. Current volume is normal, 5-minute bars. Nothing bad about that at all. It's been tested, and it's been fighting and chewing its way through all of the hurdles that's been placed in front of it. Not a bad looking one at all. All right, guys, I'll be here for another 5 minutes or so before Barry jumps back in and reclaims his territory. Quick check of the sectors. We all know the solars are just absolutely on fire. Oil's not looking that great. Retail's been doing really well. Interesting. XRT. Treasuries, forget those. Software. Biotech. Home builders. Very, very strong. You cannot have. It's hard to have a bad home building market when interest rates are as low as they are. And I'm really just looking to see if there's anything consolidating here rather than just being extended. Everything's mostly pretty much extended. Those airlines have kind of pulled back a little bit. I bet you Love looks a lot like that. Yep. I bet you JetBlue looks a lot like that. Ooh, JetBlue is not looking as good. JetBlue is not looking as good as Southwest. And then the gold miners are getting a bit of weakness, and the banks are a bit of weakness today. A lot of things seem extended. Again, I'm going to go back to my original thesis when I met you guys. I feel like we're in for just some sideways action over the next 2 or 3 days. Not too much give back in price on the indexes. Just kind of chewing up time, buying time, running the clock out until the moving averages come up from underneath to meet the prices once again. And if that backdrop holds, then, the coast should be clear again for a lot of individual names to move higher, aside from, of course, the hot news-related stuff. That stuff is always in play. Apple's having its Apple-a-thon today, whatever you want to call it. Apple Geeks. You can keep an eye on that. All right, I've been trading successfully using Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers. However, difficulty getting trades to execute at limit. Can you talk about the time and for? Well, what you're going to want to make sure that you do is the following. Where is my V Plus? What you're going to want to make sure you do is, are you talking about auto trading? Or just throwing in a limit order? Do you use the 10 SMA on 15-minute chart daily or both? I use the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart for entry and to take profit, Dom. When we switch to the intraday, that's when I'm ready to take a profit. Once those candles start to close below the intraday 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, that's when I start taking my profits. When I don't feel like chasing a stock and I'm watching it and it's going sideways, 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 and then one day on the opening it just drives down with a crazy algo stop hunt, tags the 10 SMA on the daily and starts to trade back up, I'll take those trades as an entry. So it really depends. I'm just using it as a decision point, whether it's to take an entry or to manage an exit. If the trade rolls over and falls and closes below the 10-day moving average and I'm underwater, I'm getting out. So it just depends on what the scenario is. So back to your question, as far as limit order goes with manual trading, that's up to you. The only thing I can suggest for auto trading, though, is you're going to have to edit your trading instructions to show something of an offset more than 2 cents. Okay, 2-cent offset means if the offer is $10.02, you're willing to pay $10.04, nothing more. But that doesn't work in the real world of auto trading, as the prices are moving away from you if you're buying new highs. So something like 10, -10, or -11 cents is what I recommend. That is going to get you through the slippage and get you an execution more often than not. So if you feel like you're missing trades because they're moving away from you, you're going to have to change that limit offset. Don't be afraid to hit market order through Interactive Broker. I do it all the time. I trust their algorithm. So I'll click market order or just buy all the time. And don't be afraid to use the buy button. For whatever reason, Interactive Brokers does a pretty good job, and that's really their claim to fame. They came online many years ago with their super smart secret order routing system, and they really don't screw their clients. Everybody else screws their clients on the back end by selling out your good till canceled orders. Don't ever use a open good till canceled stop order. That's where your broker is selling you out. They're making money on giving that information that you want to keep to yourself by giving that out to those market sniffing algorithms that make our markets. Don't give them the satisfaction of having that data. Hold on to your mental stops. So there's no shame, HS, there's no harm or no foul in using the buy button for market. Other than that, I just can't tell you. I mean, it's where you place your limit order. You can place your limit orders on an intraday pullback to the 10 SMA. You know, if there's something that's strong out there, I don't know what a good example would be today of something that's really pushing higher. But if you were looking to bid into that, you could pull back. That's not a good example either. Just the market orders. Ouch. Yeah, just use the market order. Yeah, just use that market smart order. All right, Barry's back to streaming now. I'm running out of my voice. Need a break. So I appreciate everybody showing up for the questions. I'm going to sign out now and let Barry have his room back. So thank you, and I'll see some of you later this evening. Bye-bye.
I can't remember the last time I've seen this so slow for the things that I follow. I'm not saying, I'm sure there's stuff that is moving, but this, for these alert windows not firing at all. I don't know, somebody mentioned blunder tongue earlier, BDR. Uh, Thoughts. Well, what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So about 2 months ago, yeah, I got up here. I mean, it's looking decent on the weekly, obviously. Just look at all this room it's got. 16 times normal, low float. I don't know, is there some news? It says US patent and trademark issued 10 bazillion. Certain technologies within the company's data series are okay. Well, I mean, so there is a little bit of news on it. You know, the saving. I mean, it's a low float. Didn't see it at all in the pre-market. I do know I did see it. I guess it did go up there, but then it came right back down. Yeah, I don't know if that is that new. I mean, look, it's up 30%, huge volume. I mean, it's a great move. Can it sustain it? I don't know. Well, NTCO is still okay. What do you have here? Next high. Oh, that's right. So before it had about 30 or 40 cents, maybe. Well, boredom is not a reason to get out of a trade, but DAP is just. Look at this. I mean, it's mirroring the SPY. All right, guys. Well, I don't know if Steve is out of the YouTube stream, but I am going to do my video now, such as it is. So I will just pop the link into the room. Okay, so if you want to subscribe to my free videos I do every day, just click on my homepage link and where it says watch daily market recap videos, click here and then they'll send you an email once the video is done every day. Okay guys, so I'm going to do it now. All right, so I'll put myself on mute and hopefully while I'm doing my video, I'll be keeping an eye on ADAP, see if it pops. All right, everybody, I'm back. And unfortunately, while I was doing my video, I had one eye in the Clovis, and it finally did do the pop that I was looking for. And I'm sure others. It did pull all the way back down to 620, but IPOB alive. I know there's some pounding in the background, guys. IPOB is alive. Still have this one. I don't know when I'm going to get rid of it, but I'm still really wanting to take that IPOC at some point. I just think eventually it's going to start moving. Its day has not come yet. That's all. We're seeing actually some. Goss. Mm-hmm. You're looking at a cross down on the 2 minute, maybe. Or you're looking at a cross up on the 15. Well, obviously it has room. It got beaten up this morning. Bad data. It's a bio course, so they released. I think it was phase 2, and so did not meet the midpoints or whatever they call it. Top line target. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, well now I'm looking actually at Goss, and it looks like it is a cross up now. Just a little cross up on the 15, barely. The 80 MA crossing above the 20 SMA, barely, but I don't draw. No, sorry. I don't know who the big boys are. Look at adapt. Well, guys, it's going to go. It's going to do one thing or the other. Okay, it's not going to stay here for the rest of the day. So I'm in this one again at 9:10. Beautiful, the basing great. All we need is some volume to pop it up. Imagine getting a little volume bar like this. Well, I'll stick an alert, a price alert, say around 929 for GOSS, see if it takes it out, and especially on some volume. The volume came in here, just didn't move it really. Moved it a little bit, but not much. So how's this Apple event going? Using their glass, okay. Is it still? It's not still called Gorilla Glass, is it, or is it just an iteration of it? It is okay. I think somebody just was reading a comment about Apple and Sono. Are Apple going to try to compete with Sono or something? I'm learning a huge bottoming tail, big topping tail, now a topping tail for Sono. I was just reading outside of the room something about it. Cheap home pod for Sonos competition. Removed Sonos from their website. I see. Okay. I know they removed Bose from their website a little while ago. Not that I think anybody was going to the Apple site to buy Bose products, but well, maybe they were. I don't know. Oh man, guys. Yeah, so BDR coming back. Boy, it's got room. You know, guys, I went over the re-entry in the video I just did. I went over the re-entry columns for the AI. I mean, that's just a great one. I mean, we're almost a dollar. I mean, look at the re-entry price for CYTK, 15.99. We're at 16.75 now. And you can for this, you'll get a sound alert too on the reentry. So the same sound alert you have for the original entry, you'll get a sound alert, so you'll know when something is in reentry mode. All right, let me check some of these to see if any. Well, obviously the BDR from 145. A move, a little bit of a move for a DAP, maybe. He takes out the high of the day. Maybe you can get it rolling again. Just I love to see big volume come in. I'm glad you're saying that too, Luther. For me too. I mean, it's just I always gauge it by the number of alerts I get over and over again. Oh, somebody asked about repeating. Are you still around? If somebody asked about repeating. McEwing. Okay, so well, you notice it says here no repeat, no repeat. So notice BDR as an example. There's the first time had the alert. 1256, the price was 145. Here it's repeating that new high over and over and over again. Okay, I have it a no repeat, so I'm only going to see the very first occurrence. So I can kind of go back and see, okay, I can look back in time and say, okay, what did it do from that very first alert? Repeating is the typical window where you see if a stock makes a new high or a new low, and that's your alert. You'll see it over and over and over again. That's the typical window, unless you put it on no repeat. It's just an option from properties, and don't repeat, and you can pick a time, you know, either for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30 minutes, an hour, or for the entire day. So you can pick. So like, sometimes you just don't want to see, especially as fast moving stock, you'll hear it over and over and over and over and over again. So you can pick a time frame for the no repeat. But again, I put it for the day here so I can go back and say, okay, what did it do from that first alert? Having it on normal mode, it just sort of hammers the point home. You know, hey, are you aware I made a new high? Hey, are you aware I made a new high? Hey, are you aware? You know, over and over and over again. Had probably earlier, yeah. Now, William, you leave ADAP alone. Okay, leave it alone. Give me my one little long play that might work. One moment, please. So remember, guys, this JMIA, this is going to be turned in the simulator. It's going to be a swing trade. Let's see how this works. JMIA. So when you have a swing trade, of course, your stop is a lot further away than an intraday trade. Well, it's even showing up here. Adapt. I have no idea, Amy. I honestly don't know if when people ask me that if they expect. I mean, I have no idea what sort of answer you really. I have no idea if it's going to rip back up. I mean, it's got room, obviously. I mean, just look, it's got room, so it has room to go if it wants to. But I mean, look at pretty extended on the 15-minute charts. You have some topping tails, so sellers, buyers have been trying to move it up, but the sellers have been knocking it down. They didn't win the battle these two times, but maybe they won it now. I don't know. Is it possible to like here? No, it is not. There's no selection. I mean, obviously you can make the window bigger, the chart bigger, but no, there's no font. The fonts that you can change the fonts within the trade ideas windows. It doesn't affect the charts though. Yeah, no, you can't do it. Just a moment, please. Yeah, big pop for Watt. Not showing up here again. The relative volume is low. I'm sure it'll pick up though. News. Oh, I'm sure William probably hammered that one right down. There you go. I knew it. Lots of volume though. Wow. I mean, that's a lot of volume. Virtually, a million shares right there. It's only traded a million and a half. So two-thirds of the volume is right here on this candle. On this 2 minute. Never mind. Yeah. Okay, guys. I'll be right back. funny, like real just feeds William. Ovid, let's take a look at Ovid. Haven't seen that one for a while. Ovid. All right, so when I look at Ovid, what do you, when you say it looks good for a swing, what is your what is your expectation? Like where, if you're going to swing this one and you bought it right now, where would you put your stop? And where do you think it could go? Out of interest. Okay, so that's a pretty okay. So that's a very not a big swing then, because what I see here is I see some resistance right around 628. If we can get through there, yeah, maybe. I see a resistance here. A couple of weekly candles look like that's the high right there around 628. No, this I'm not personally swinging JMIA. I've just been talking. I've been talking about it for a long time. As for those of you who want to swing, you know this is a potential. So I've taken this in the simulator. Yeah, I would look at it. I mean, look on the weekly chart. Look how much room it's got. I mean, again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but just look how much room it's got on that weekly chart. Lots of room. You know, if you know anything about this company, I mean, it's it's in the online business, Africa, I guess. The I hate to call it. Well, I don't hate, but I mean, when it first came out as an IPO, it was kind of billed as the Amazon of Africa. But again, that's not a recommendation from me to you to swing this, okay? But I mean, people are always, not always, but a lot of people are looking for swing ideas. So this is just an idea. Okay, Goss, a little bit of a pop here, guys. A little bit of a pop for Goss. Pulled back to 911, and then it moved up here. All right, so oh good, I took it at, where did I get it at? Wow, it's moving too. Yay! What did I get at? 932. I got in at 932 for the Goss. Now remember, this has been beaten up badly because of negative data or reaction. So I mean, it's still in play. Like for all the reasons why it went down. I mean, they're still in play. Boy, Sono, yeah, Sono were ripping here. So I must have misread that. I mean, it seemed to be that Apple was coming out with a competitor to Sono. Well, looking at the daily chart, you would think that this was known ahead of time. Okay. Well, I don't have. So I have Bose actually. I've got the Bose soundbar and the bass and the two speakers that come, the new ones. Man, oh man! I mean, it's a great little sound system. I don't know if Bose is even a public company. That's what I thought. All right, Rizzy had the pop, and now it's just sitting just underneath 10. So if it popped back up again, what would happen? Yeah, got some resistance right around 10. You see exactly where it got to? 1025, and look at this candle right there, 1022. So it got basically right to that candle, and then it stopped. So today is, what is it, Tuesday. So today is Tuesday. So I do have the marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. I just don't see big, in the stuff that I'm looking at, just big dynamic moves. I mean, the ATEC was the only thing that really gave me anything that looked I'm kind of used to, and this move right up here from from the just over not or just over 10 up to 1060, but yeah, what I would do, oh gun, is take a look at this, the 20 short lessons. You don't have to be a member or a Trade Ideas subscriber to take a look at these. Yeah, one of the, it's a question we get a lot. Your resistance level may not be somebody else's resistance level. So, I mean, everybody has a different idea about resistance levels. I mean, it's a matter of training yourself to look at charts also. I mean, you see a lot of accumulation at a certain level. That could either be support or resistance depending on which way you're going. Okay, Resi's back over 10 now. So again, that's where it got to. Now, you see, I mean, is that a resistance level? I don't know. I mean, 1022 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. That's kind of where it's stalled. If it can get through that, then, you look left and it has a chance to get up to that 1230 level. If it can get through this, now whether that is truly resistance, I don't know. I mean, it got stalled there once anyway. But somebody else may look at this chart and go, that's not resistance. That's only could be one day up here. That's fine. If this stock were up here, I'd be looking here absolutely at a resistance level. You just look at the tops. Look what's happened. That's a weekly chart. So that's all I'm saying is that you have to. Your idea of resistance may be completely different from mine, and we may get, we could look at 10 people could look at the same chart and have 10 different ideas. Other thing to always be aware of is the 200-day moving average. So it did pop through the 200-day, briefly anyway. That can be a resistance area. Dada. Yeah, Dada Pop is right. Actually, it's an AI alert now too. Interesting. All right, guys, that got me out of the adapt. I'll look at it again if it gets back into the 20s, but right now I'm not that interested in it. Even the Goss, I mean, yeah, it moved, but not a lot, just not a lot. Not yet, anyway. Still, look at the 5 minute chart. We have topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails. All right, guys, this marketing meeting is going to start soon. I think I'll put the announcement in. Man. Look at the SPY though. Wow, okay, the SPY is making a move down now. SPY is definitely making a move down. Might be interesting. TUFN, there was the alert way back here, 753. It is now below 760. Okay, so it's below the low of 3 weeks ago, and it has some room down to the sixth level. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. So let's take a look. AREC, AREC. This could get interesting. Of course, about what, 5 days ago? 5 days ago, this hit $5. Dropped. Had a huge sell-off on that day. Kept dropping, dropping, dropping. Trying to come back a little bit today. Excuse me. AREC, relatively low float, 15 million in the float. See if we can get over 2. Be chasing it now, that's the problem. But volume is coming in. Man, I thought maybe this peck would start getting going. I popped in and just said, keep an eye on this. I thought maybe, it looked like it was trying to get out right there. But nope, not yet anyway. PECK. Yeah, no kidding. I know you said this before, and I'll reiterate. I mean, this has been for the stuff that I've seen today, extremely slow. Even the ones that have kind of worked, they haven't been like blockbusters. I'm getting closer and closer. I'm itching to take a position in this IPOC. I mean, it's not going to be today. It still hasn't broken out yet. I don't want to, I'm looking at, if it ever gets over 11, I'm probably going to take a position in this one. This is another one of the SPACs. I'll probably get rid of the IPOB and put it in here and just hold on for a while. I mean, it looks like, the base has to be about 10. So you got a pretty well-defined stop. I'm not saying to anybody to do it. It's not ready yet, but eventually this should get going. It's just not ready yet at all. Awesome short here though in this one, AEY. Wow, awesome short. I know William, but I think he got out early. Not early. He doesn't get out early. He just gets out according to his plan. Kern on the move. KERN is on the move. Wow, it's really on the move. Some volume coming in. The alert was at 486. Real mentioned it, and it was a cross. I mean, I've traded out some. I mean, I just can't hold on these things. But Real mentioned it right about here, I think, right around, just before 9:30. I mean, the price, probably right around here. I can't remember. I mean, this was on. I thumbnailed this one. Anything that has been devastated, either devastated on the short side, or has had a big explosion, usually is thumbnailed for me. You just don't see it. So these are stocks that I'm kind of following all day. And Real mentioned it. I can't remember exactly when. Probably it was right around 9:20 or so. 37 stocks. 915 the price? Okay. This is not shortable. Unfortunately, not shortable. MDGS. For me. Not shortable for me, I should say. Interactive brokers. All right, guys, listen, I'm really. Yeah, ask me some questions. Keep my interest, please. Actually, this might turn into maybe a little bit of a short. How's it doing? Let's see. Down $41. In at 1248, 1234. There you go. DLX, is it shortable? Is that your question? The answer is yes. At Interactive Brokers. Oh, I see. Yeah, but how could hard to chase it now on that 5 minute. It's just straight down. Deluxe Core. It does. Looking at this Iraq man, and the longer it, yeah, this just pierced the. If I were in for a little bit of a scalp trade, this could be one. AREC just pierced the 8 EMA and the 2 minute chart. Yeah, quite a success story for Peloton. Unbelievable. Look at this daily chart. Well, that's one heck of a trade. On the Peloton. No, no, no. I don't hold anything, guy. You know me. This is nothing. I would never hold this one. Probably in a million years. Well, maybe less time than that. Remember, just because it's worked on a bounce here, for all the reasons it's down, they're still relevant. It's not like all of a sudden the company said, "Hey, guess what? It's not as bad." I mean, these are just traders, taking advantage of a pop. I don't know. I mean, maybe tomorrow it starts to fill in. I have no idea. But for all the reasons it did this, they're still relevant. So no, the answer is, am I going to hold this one? No. 7, 8, 80% is awesome. I mean, that's especially with small losses. Well, this is probably the best short I've seen on a percentage basis. The AEY on the top there, 271 down to 233 and steadily down, not chopping up and down. Yeah, they're talking about that in the room, Fred, regarding Lilly and J&J. Canopy, I mean, as I was in that marketing meeting, I know I popped in here or posted on volume. Look at the CGC on volume. Started to come back a little bit. CGC. Oh, can't wait for this day to end. Closing the room at 3 p.m. Well, it's not much of a Thanksgiving if I have to work, so not much of a Thanksgiving to be honest. So, how was my day? I was okay. I mean, I made something on the ATEC and a little bit on the GOS, but Nothing spectacular. Okay, they're coming to get me, guys. Ah, some nice volume on the Goss also. Nice volume. Look at that volume that came in. But that probably scared a lot of people out. That's why I take some profit. So, basically got right back to where I bought it. All right, guys, if there are no more questions, I think I'll shut down now, if that's okay. Any other questions? Okay. All right, guys. Well, hopefully, for me anyway, a little more activity and see what tomorrow brings. So, have a great evening, everybody, and we'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. So, hope to see you then. Bye bye. Bye bye.